Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, of course, and I'm feeling pretty good about things in general. No real complaints today. I sort of didn't get as much sleep as I would have wanted to, but that's okay. It happens. Generally speaking though, I'm feeling all right. You know, just chugging along, getting through it. Today we're going to be working on more demo stuff. I really want to move through this as fast as possible. I'm sort of just, I don't want to have two streams of work. I don't want chapter 1 and 2 happening simultaneously. I just want to push through chapter 1 as fast as possible and send that off to some publishers sooner than later. Okay. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now. Welcome everyone. Big thanks to most recent follower Mavix and most recent subscriber Nanmu. Thank you so much. I've been enjoying the reception to some of the content that I've been posting online recently. My most recent video and most recent sort of shorts have been doing pretty well. I'm happy that people are enjoying them, which is cool. I'm sort of working my way towards having a very stable upload schedule. I'm trying to do that, just because I think the value of having the audience be up to speed with what I'm doing is really important. And that involves me trying really hard to balance, the production quality in each video. Some videos can be longer form, more, more, what's the word, produced. And some of them can be a little bit more just chatting with you guys. I really want, this is here, I need to go that way. Cool. Yeah. Hey, Sophomaya, thank you so much. 7 stream streak, let's go. Yeah, I think it's just getting that balance right is really important, and I want to not have the algorithm abandon me. That's pretty much the big one. It's just making sure that the algorithm is recommending my content to new audiences and that kind of thing. So that's what I've been kind of just focusing on recently. Merch is something that's kind of on the table that we're thinking about soon. I'm trying to have room for as many scopes of work as possible. And right now, I just don't. I'm just not able to juggle more than 3. So yeah, this morning we had team meetings for sound team and one with Morgan P, our animator, hoping to get her invested into the Unity project. But she's having some trouble getting into Scene Graph, which is a managed repository that we need to be able to, because Elzac is managing the server. If the server's not up, she can't, anyway, she can't pull that package. So lots of stuff happening at all times, but hello. Oh, I just ate, but I mean, whatever you don't eat, you can just send my way and see what happens. All right, so let's go into. Let's go straight into dev. I just want to work today, don't I? Can close that. Elias was showing off the the enemy sound effects that he's been working on this morning. Those are sounding pretty cool. He's turned down a lot of volume very quickly, a lot of 30 enemy sounds, which is cool. All right. Oh, also this morning I've been working on abilities. I'm starting to get we're getting quite confident now with some of these enemy animation, combat animation systems. So like the wall run, right? We know it does this. But also when you press the wall run button, like the jump button, not the jump button, the attack button, now we have like an effect, right? We always needed an effect for what happens when you aren't on the wall and you use the ability. And I don't even have an animation in here yet. I've literally just got like a hitbox. But the effects system that I've got is so like robust that it's pretty good. I'm kind of enjoying like just this little like fire wheel thing, this thing that happens. That takes it took no energy to make that. So we're kind of at a point now where things are starting to pick up pace with the animation systems and sound effects and stuff like that, where it's pretty easy to produce content that reuses old systems and still feels like, you know, it's flashy and it comes together quite quickly. I just want to fix one little thing. One sec, pals, with my webcam. Not that. This, I think. Not that. Oh, that doesn't smell very good. Something smells not nice in my house. Don't know what it is. Okay. I hope it's not the air conditioning. Does anyone ever get that where like the air conditioning just smells really bad? Like a fishy smell if it's been raining or something recently. But also my wife just bought fish and chips. So like that's probably also a thing. Cool. So let's have a look and see how it works. So now you can see here. As we swing, the flames whip around, following the sword. And then we kind of like get launched out of it a little bit. So we just need to basically animate that, which is pretty straightforward. Like, you know, it's just draw almond inside of this. I am happy to do that. Maybe I'll just do it today. That would technically put us into chapter 2 work, wouldn't it? I'll save it for now. I'm pretty happy with it. It's fun to do like in combos and stuff. Like even if you're not touching a wall, right? You can be like 1, 2, 3, 4. You can kind of like attack and then do it and then attack out of it, which is really cool. Make it a little combo. I like it a lot. It kind of puts you airborne as well. I don't know if you noticed that. Dude, my mouse is like all choppy right now. Have I got a RAM issue? What is happening here? I'm getting disoriented by my computer. It looks like everything's fine. Okay, it solved itself. Hey, Booyah. Thank you so much for the streak. 5 streams. Thank you so much. Hey, Blazin. I'm doing well. How are you? I think I just need to slow down a bit. I just had some caffeine and maybe it just hit me pretty quick. Ooh. Okay, we're going to slow down. And I'm not going to do this right now. I want to work on some stuff a bit later. This, we could give it the end sign that we want. In fact, let's do that right now. Let's just give it a quick one. This is called Ride. Or what is that? It's like it's a wall run, but It's... There's no one verb word that I can use that's going to make this work. It's not mount. It's not hurdle. It's not... It's like... Is there a parkour term? I'm pretty sure it's wall running. There's no... I mean, we could call it like trace. Because they're called like trésors in French. I don't know. No easy way to describe it. I'll just call it run for now here. Okay, so we need an icon for what this thing is. And these icons, generally, the way they're structured is it's kind of like a language. So because this is a red ensign, because it launches the character forward and is activated using the attack button, the diamond is on the right side. Now, actually, is that how it works in the game? It might be on the other side now. Yes. So that the diamond's on the right side, but the button's on the left. Okay. So, basically what this needs to be is something that conveys the direction of travel, but also allows us to kind of communicate what's different about this than the other red ones. So like this is slide with a jump, and I can see that just by looking at it. This is charge, you just go straight forward. So this thing needs to be, I mean, probably something that's like a split, because you can go up or down when you run along the wall. Maybe like straight and then split. Or it could just be up and like over this way. I don't think I have anything that does that. Maybe particularly, it could be like, could be this. Coming up at the wall, up at the whatever it is. It's been a while since I've drawn these, so my brain has to remember like what the motifs were. Like how I designed these. It's pretty cool there. What have you got?
Maybe just the chippies. I can't stand it.
Just stand there for like 20 minutes.
Okay, go back.
All right. Hey, Virtue. How's it going? I think this works for me. I just don't know if it says wall run. I've got one that's like a slide into a jump. That's okay. I quite like the difference between that and that. Those diagonals are kind of interesting. Hey, DUI. How's it going? Maybe this part could sit above. Now that's very different. Hey, Software Artificer, how's it going? What's going on? This one's so good. If I took this and made it horizontal, I see. From here. I'm allowed to go just outside by a little bit. That's my one little thing. I think I'll use that. Maybe we'll flip it vertically. Kind of looks like an arc now. That's not too bad. Mm. That's kind of cool. That creates the kind of whirling aspect of it. And maybe we just put this at the end. That's becoming pretty compelling to me. But I think I might also take this and push it back one. And the same with this. Yeah, sick. Yeah, me too. There's something about it, this process, that, like, I know that the real, like the what's the word? The identity of these is really hard to make feel unique. Like, I struggle with it. It's something like, it's supposed to feel something like a font. And the challenge is, when you're working with, like, literally, you have a diamond footprint and you only have like so many pixels to work with in that space. You're trying to create like up to 16 original shapes that have rules that make them the same in some ways, like where the diamond appears, but also break those rules. Like, if you want something to feel unique and identifiable, it can't be the same as something else. So it's this real battle between like the geometry of it, right? Having it be simple, like geometric, versus like, I guess, diverse or like unique. Right? It's like rules based versus rule breaking. It's just like a really, it's challenging. And if you look at alphabets, most languages they're not that intuitive if you don't speak the language. Right? Let me show you something. Most of you won't know this language, so that's okay. So, this is Thai. If I was making a video game where each ability was a Thai character, you probably would also struggle, right? You probably find, ko, kwai, and kokai to be very similar. And then like they're, it's not easy. Also, like, there are rules, like this dome shape you see a lot, right? This shape. You see it here, you see it here, you see it here. There's also this shape where it's like this and then this coming down. So there are these like commonalities in the shapes. But then you have things like their version of the letter Y, which is like, that's kind of following this model, but the other way around. Or like M and N have like, gosh, it's been a long time since I've done this. That's not what I was thinking of. Oh yeah, here it is. Like this with this versus, where is my N? It's like the same but inversed. Yeah, this with this. That's M and N in Thai. But even looking at M and N in English, like, those are very similar. If I just had an ability in a video game and it's like this versus this, how are you going to remember which one's which, right? They're just humps. So I think the human brain is really good at looking at something that it's seen a bunch of times and going, I know that this is super different from everything else, right? But if you look at it as someone who hasn't seen this before, B and D are so similar. Like if you didn't know like if you just didn't have how many years of living on this planet, seeing this and going dirt, and seeing this and going but, you would look at them and go, I don't know. It's a circle with a stem, right? Same with like A and D. Like A and D are so similar that, like, especially if you do like this A, like this is it's right there. It's like almost the same thing. So even A and G, right? A, G. It's just a little bit more. And then G and Q. Yeah, exactly. So an I and J. Yeah, L as well. An uppercase I. So I guess my point here is, as an exercise in trying to design a kind of like video game language for abilities, most video games opt to have them be images, right? Like, you have like a critical hit symbol that always looks like, something like this. Maybe you have like an exclamation mark in the middle. That's critical. If something's random, you draw dice, right? You have it be hieroglyphic basically, instead of like language based. Whereas here, I really think it's interesting to sort of create shapes that are unique and do something different and have calligraphy like aspects inside of a video game language. So like in like English calligraphy, right? Like Middle Ages kind of, the letter I would look like this. That's the letter I. Or like G, might look like something like that, I guess. And you might even do this, you put a little bit of that on it. Like an H might have something like this, and then like, you'd have like the thinner lines and the thicker lines. You might have like this, and then a thicker one here like this. You do all kinds of weird stuff in calligraphy. And maybe even like an S. An S is a really fun one. So you sort of go like this, and then you come like around here, and then you go like, in fact, it's changed. It's sort of different depending on which case you're using, like uppercase versus lowercase. But you often have to sort of fatten that one and then fatten that, and then you might have like another little like underlying thing here, or you might do this through, or like there's like all kinds of little fun things that you do that aren't you know, they're not things that have to do with what you need to understand the letter. They're things that have to do more with like just making it look pretty, I guess. So when I think about the aesthetic of like serifs and why we have them and what they're for and what that does to a language, that's kind of what's inspired this thing. Like all of this is about, okay, there should be a way that you can interpret this to mean something. Like even without the color, the location of this diamond on the right side of the screen means to me that this pushes the character forward. This is a thing that goes from left to right because that's where you end up. It's almost like, well, in Thai they do it. In the actual Thai language and in a lot of Eastern languages, so see in Thai, you have these little circles. So like this K here goes like this. Something like that, right? That means you actually have to draw the circle like this. So this is called the head. Like in Thai, when you're learning writing, you learn where to start the letter from. Like in Japanese, there's a stroke order. So the head is where the letter starts from. And you have to draw it as a stroke from the head down to the tail. So the idea, that's what I kind of did here for Insignia. I kind of thought of like that as being the opposite. So this is the head, which is the direction the player goes when you use the ability. And in the game, when you attack the ensign from an enemy, you see what just happened? The little diamond shot out and went into us, creating a little trail. So it's like, you should be able to see the diamond and say, oh, this is going to shoot me upwards, which is what it does. That's the idea. How much do I know about Thai writing? Not that much, but I lived in Thailand for about 6 months, so. I know enough. I knew enough at the time to read a little bit of it, but I've kind of forgotten most of it now. 6 months is not enough. So what I just designed, this one, is going to be for the wall run ability. Now hang on a second. What do I call this? Ensign calligraphy small. But I guess I'll need to make this single first. There we go. So now, hopefully that works. Yeah. So now we have that. And I'm hoping the kind of swirl on it makes it obvious that it does that. Does that swirl. There might actually be a better version. I think I have another idea. Down and then here and then away. I might like that even better. I'm pretty sure I have one just like it though. No. I might just save this for another day. Let's see how it feels. It's not bad. I think I can see it. There was one other aspect that I don't think we got quite right. I think I wanted this to go up this way. It'd be more like a zigzag. It's just hard to do that. That feels a lot closer to what it is. Let's try it. Hey, Castatatus. The aberration is a scriptable render pass. It's basically just a shader. Yeah, see, I don't like that one as much. It's too weird. It's not solid enough of a shape. We're starting to get very close to charge though with this curl. I might change charge to have the curl go underneath. That doesn't work. Unless we go down first. Which I'm not against. That's looking Arabic almost. Which is cool to me. That's pretty cool. I might just back off a little bit on this thing. Slide and scale. These are tags. Basically, it's just I've named all of these so that when I export them, they get exported as individual sprites. That little spin at the end looks a lot like this. I just think we're maybe missing the difference between with charge and run. Charge is very direct, but wall run needs to be more about verticality. So I think I'll actually just keep this one going down this way. And I'll even have it stick off the edge like that. That's actually fire. It's actually fire though. Yeah, I think the curl on the bottom of charge is too loud right now. I might actually just take it away altogether. It's such a straightforward ability. It doesn't really need to be spiced up that much. Well, if people get tattoos of them, then I've done my job. They're not there yet. I wouldn't get a tattoo of it yet. Yeah, I think with charge, we can actually do a lot better if we put this part on top. It's just that that curl is so much similar to that curl. Maybe I can vary up the size of these a little bit. So I can go like this, bring this down, and then bring this one fatter. The different weights is something that I haven't done much of. No, I don't want to do that. I love this, but maybe we just have to back it up a little bit. We could even do something like this, where we take this down a little bit. To like there. Nah. Well, it does look cool, but the verticality of it, I think that doesn't work with what it actually is, which is, it literally is just go straight, you know? It's so confident in what it is that I don't want to erase that. Just give it a bit of that. Let's try it out. Yeah, that feels good there. The charge feels really good. I can very clearly see what it is. I think that it could go... I think this is wrong. This background is not actually what the background is. Because if you look at it on here, look at how much extra space I've got that I'm not using. It's also sitting kind of wrong. Is it offset? Let's have a look in the scene. No, it's the aberration that's doing it. So we could definitely go a bit further out, but actually also it's not very well centered, is it? What the hell's going on there? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there is something wrong for sure. Is it? I think these are supposed to not have the black on them. Yeah, that's better. And then it needs to be centered properly on the screen. It's not on right. It looks kind of right, but then it's definitely not. It needs to be more like that. So where's its pivot right now? It's 32 by 32 and its pivot is dead center. So it actually should be pretty much perfect, which is confusing me. I'm just going to put these chips in the bin. The fish smell is getting to me. One sec. Hang on, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Sorry. All right, what's going on here with this HUD? Bro, also, why is this not a prefab? Well, that's annoying. This is nothing right now. So actually, if we go back to this, but we won't have, oh my gosh, this is killing me. In the game engine, under Ensign HUD here, which is completely invisible because of what? What is this? Settings fader. It's actually all of these faders are in the way. How can that be that? Well, I guess they're at UI 200. I should be able to check this stuff all out without, maybe I can just add it. I hope that doesn't come back to bite me. Okay, looking at this here, it's almost perfect, but it's not actually. It's offset by half a pixel. So what is this? Is it an image that's tied to this? No. It's not that. This, base. Okay. And so what is wrong with this such that these are offset by like some random amount? Is it? It's not this 19.02. I don't think it's the width or the height. I mean, we could say like 15 or like 17, but it's not, that's still not aligning correctly. If I said 0.5, even that's not aligning correctly. So what the hell's going on? If we go back to the base, everything is scaled 1:1. This is very annoying. If I put the HUD on the base and make its position relative to, I mean, the base itself has its pivot where? Right there, which is a bit awkward, but okay. If we set this thing's pivot at 0.5, 0.5, and then we set this to 0, 0, even if its pivot is dead center, I guess it's relative to that. But if we say relative instead to that, okay, now we're getting closer. And we have the right scale somehow. Okay, and then perfect. That should be dead on. And then this should just be 66. And this should also be 66. And I have no idea why it doesn't like to save that with floating point values that are correct, but that's okay. All right. So hopefully yes, that's in the correct spot now as far as I can tell. Minus the aberration. In fact, if we just turn the aberration off. Yeah, that's accurate. But I would say we could go one more pixel out with this. So if I look at this, yeah, I would agree. Okay, good. So the previews are synced with what's coming out. I just, for whatever reason, wasn't seeing it right. Good. I mean, it's still, unless that's, it still could be another pixel. Unless I've not just saved it or whatever. Is that even the right? It is the right one. It is what I just did. I mean, is it one more? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, sure. So what about here? Yeah, here it extends beyond. And there's a very, very specific thing here that I have to think about, which is there's a sprite called the backing. And it's different for all of them. It's the degree to which they extend outside of the main one. So that should look like that, I suppose. And then this one. Should look like that. Oh gosh, that's horrendous. Okay, well. Give us this day our daily dev, and forgive us our git commits, as we forgive those who commit against us. Our git conflicts, as we forgive those who cause conflicts against us. Oh my gosh. This workflow is horseshit. Okay. There we go. That'll do. And deliver us from development hell. Amen. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Let's move on to a different task entirely. Let's move on back over to chapter 1 and review our sequences. So actually there should be some tasks that I already have set up here on the desktop. Let's have a look. So this was until 2:44. Ensign calligraphy. Okay, whatever. Guess I took that long. One sec. Where are we? I was working on some stuff inside of the working document. Pretty sure I was in project direction when I was doing these things, or it might have just been in the desktop right here. So Crucible exit cutscene. I guess we're just doing these and we'll do them in Pomodoro. Give the player a task at the end of better factory pattern of disposal. Oh, this is a big one actually. Redesign Crucible anvil backing. We'll do that later. Fix bridge sequence. I think this one is the most important one for now. Let's just do that. All right. Okay. Let's get some Pomodoro in here, shall we? We actually did that task. Ta-da. Okay, new task is to, what did I just say? Better factory pattern and disposal of map markers. Better implement better factory pattern for map markers. Okay, to describe what this is before we start it, the point of this is so that when we open up the map knows, it should know how to render itself. And one of the things that it's trying to render is, in fact, let's just quickly go to here and say map features. Map features. So one of the things that we're trying to do is essentially allow it to check things in the save data to say, hey, what icons need to be renderable right now? Do I create those icons just once at the start of the scene? Do I create them every single time? There's no like right or wrong answer here. There's a bit of garbage collection involved if you completely dispose of all the icons every time. Just 1 second as well. I'm just going to fix something that's been annoying me. Overlay plus chat. And then I don't want this to refresh browser when scene becomes active. I don't want to do that. I just want to go like this and then like this. And then if someone could say something in chat, actually I can do that. Hi. Send. And then I go over to here. Go. And then I go back to here It should still be, yeah, cool. It didn't close itself. It's been deleting all the chat messages down here when I go into the title screen. It's not going to do that anymore. Okay. So, yeah, it needs to know how to create all the markers and place them on the right nodes when we open up the map. And that's got to be, you know, reflective of the game state, right? That's really important. So let's see if we can get it started and we just go for it. Okay. So first things first is I know that when I open up the map, right now we don't have any markers because we're loading into a game state that's a bit late in the, a bit early in the game to have markers. But once we go to here, we'll have at least some here, right? Now watch what happens if I open and close the map a bunch of times. See how this has become super blurry and bright? It's because we're stacking like 6 or 7 of these on top of each other. So we don't want that to happen. These, I think, are being disposed correctly. I don't think these hovering ensigns are getting recreated. It's just the markers. So let's go check out the marker system and see what's happening there. So this is World Graph Icon Manager. Let's think about, what is this called? This is called Fast Travel. Show all of the map nodes. Yeah, on setup quest beacons. Show all the map nodes for fast travel menus, quest flag, map node, contains, quest nodes or add node. Get node from quest flag. That's not quite it. It might be in World Graph Icons. I think I moved it. Icon Manager. Teleporter Icon Factory. Cool. So this thing's job is to be able to generate an icon based on the ability that we give it. So we say, hey, in this map area, in this scene, we unlocked the charge ability. So if I give you the charge ability, can you paint an icon over that scene? That's the hope. And the icon, actually, I don't want it to just be an image. I want it to be a whole game object because I want to be able to give it a, you know, shader and do whatever I want with it. So we instantiate the icon, and there's a prefab for that, which already has the shader on it. We change the sprite renderer to be the specific icon that we want, and then we change the color to be the color that we want. And that currently is how we do it. But we're not pooling these anywhere. So when we close the map, nothing happens. Now we are returning the game object to this. So when we look to see how this is being used, this transform needs to be going somewhere that is going to be disposed of. Now here is where we would want to do that. Now, let's just see what icons is. Icons is a list of transforms. And when are we adding to it? Okay, we just add it. So that's actually really easy. I actually already have the pooling here pretty much set up. So teleporter icon factory dot da da da, and then we say icons dot add icon. Perfect. Yeah, that should just do it. That's not going to take us 25 minutes. So it is there. It's hidden. There it is. If I go spam it a few times, it shouldn't be any brighter, but we can double check anyway. Now, what do we call this thing? There it is. There's just one. Perfect. Amazing. Now, we also want to say icon dot sprite. We want the renderer. It's not dot sprite renderer. We have to get the component, I think. But since we have the icon factory, I feel like doing all this stuff should just happen inside of this. And actually, we don't really even need to do this because we have the prefab. Teleporter icon factory. So we can just say where it's going to be. It's going to be on UI 210. The icon list already gets cleared. Sweet. Now, we want this to be updating. See this beautiful thing here? The animation of it is happening in a way that only happens in when timescaled.time is not 0. This is moving in, scaled time. Unfortunately, the only way to make it function here is to consistently assign the time function to whatever we want. So there might be an unscaled version here. Ensign gem shader unscaled. So I'd kind of have to then make a new, if we just copy this material. The material has an unscaled time. Am I already sort of determining which one's which? Unscaled time, branch, if true, otherwise use time. Oh, that's interesting. So I'm already factoring it in. Okay, so then if I just use the normal material, I just need to set unscaled time to anything other than 0, which I think I have to do with a script that's additional to this. So we'll call this unscaled time shader manager. That's really all I can do, isn't it? Can't do much better than that. Thank you, Virtue. So the property here, we need a public material mat, and then we need a public string property name. And then in update, you know what to do. Exactly. So let's create that. Let's go to here. So this thing is called gem material. And the property name is underscore unscaled time. And I think on yeah, we want to say like that. That's better, more efficient. If you search for a property using a string, it's apparently very slow with the shader, especially if you do it every frame. So instead, you store the ID once and then you use it after that. Okay, now if we go over here, this should be animating. Hooray. quite happy with that. I think these icons, I mean, they're not wrong, but I feel like there's sort of a difference in what's the word? The relationship between the icons needs to be something that has a little bit more question and answer inside of it. So right now, you know, it's almost like an egg that hasn't hatched is what it should sort of feel like. You know, when you unlock the ability, it's like, ta-da, here's the ability. And before you unlock the ability, it's like, ooh, what could this be? You know, it's solid, like an eggshell. And now it's like opened up and now you can see what it is. It's like blossomed like a flower. The only thing is it's not really giving that because the size difference isn't clear enough. That's the first thing. And they're both hollow. Now, I don't really intend to change this from a hollow diamond like that. I think it is what it is. I could do something where you actually don't know. Like right now, this shape is the same everywhere that you have an ability moving around in the world. So when it's these little diamonds here are the same there as when Armin is parrying an enemy. Same thing. So when I go save that, you know, if I attack this guy, that's the same icon. That feels pretty good. As a map thing, as a thing in the map that says, hey, like, you haven't unlocked this ability yet, go here and unlock it. We could make it more of a question mark thing. We could make it like more of like a just like a sort of an ambient ring of light that's dissipating from the rectangle or from a point in the rectangle or from the top, just like radiating out, or it could be anything. It doesn't have to be a big icon. Well, the thing is, the reason why I can't do that, which you're right on the money there with that question of like, why not just make it gray? I was just thinking like maybe make it ambiguous so that you don't know what you're about to unlock until you get there. The reason why I can't do that is this moment here, or at least I'll explain. So continuity is really important to the player. If they've seen something, seeing it somewhere else helps them connect the two. If it changes, then it's harder. So if we go here, right? Now we look at the map and we see this happen. This tells me, oh, all of the abilities in the game have scattered across the map. Okay? And then 3 more scatter. If I see these again later on the map, now I know what they are. So it kind of helps to keep it consistent, you know? The gray, you could argue that like, oh, the identity has faded and now they're gray because they don't know what they are, because they've been lost from, you know, they've been scattered from their origins or whatever. You could say something like that, but you'd have to explain it to the player, you know? You'd have to somehow make that something that they can understand, because they're not going to make a connection between a gray dot and a colored diamond if they haven't seen the colored diamond turn into a gray dot. They could gray out. It's just another layer of thing I have to do. Whoops. What's happened here? Oh. It broke. I did not clear icons. I think you were right. Well, it clears on setup icons. And setup icons happens every time we open. Reserving the shape for only that purpose. Yeah, you can use the color for related icons, but a different underlying icon. Pardon, I have no idea. It's picky. It's a bit of a tricky problem. Let me just see something for a sec. I don't understand why that broke. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, it does break. Okay, what's the issue here? Update. WorldGraph.update. Update animation, which does something. Update zoom, rescale icons. Okay, so then I think when we close set up icons, I think we want to do this as we close. Looks good to me. I'm also not super sold on using this entire, like this graphic is kind of in the way. You know what I mean? I feel a little bit like, I almost feel like the map the resolution of the map being so small hurts me because I want to show so much information. And like this icon is only like 16 pixels tall, but it takes up the whole preview unless I zoom right in. So if I was doing this from scratch, let's now be smart people. Let's be smart cookies. Let's just go into Asprite and do some concepting. Also, we are finished with this task. Ta-da. Okay, it's now 3:07. Oh, that took us way less time. So we want to do map, icon, legend, concept. Okay. All right. So at this scale, have I ever considered giving Insignia a follow-up title, like Insignia, the Broken Kingdom? I mean, I've had ideas like the tale of Armand Black, or the Tale of Black, or something like that. I don't think I need it. I feel like it's sort of, I feel like just Insignia is pretty cool actually on its own. I'm actually just going to go zoom into this, and then I want to see all the way over here. Okay. All right. But there's only one Insignia. There's no other games on Steam called Insignia. I have that name. Reserved. There's like the Insignia project. There's something called that. No, it's like Apple. If you're Apple Computer and you're establishing your company, in Google. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, in Google, you've got like the company that makes tech, like tech for Best Buy is called Insignia. I'm sure there's like a car brand somewhere called that. It is a word that's just too simple to just be good for Google. But if you just type in Insignia game, you get where you need to go. I agree. I agree that there is a benefit to having a unique name. At the same time, I don't know. Maybe we would give one. It's just like, I don't want it to be too... It's a very heavy decision to make, which I'm not going to make right now. Okay. So, I would imagine when I'm hovering over these, or even when I'm not hovering, just in general, I imagine I'd want to see, what if you made the background of the map screen a landscape painting related to the biome of the scene that the cursor is hovered over? That makes it seem a bit more like a world select, like a level select screen, which I don't like that for this. I don't know if I enjoy either more. I like both. Maybe one more pixel taller. Not really getting much value out of that extra pixel. Except that it lets me do that. So this kind of stuff I think is valuable to see. My concern is I wouldn't want to see that on everyone. I could do the Fez thing where we go gold for if you finish the level. Well, it just depends on what I want to do. Like right now, the exclamation point is when we've got like a quest. I put a literal diamond on it like this, like a yellow one, which is what this is, but it would need to be maybe a different color. Maybe this would be like a blue for like side quest or something like that. Silver. I think blue's nice. Or maybe quests should be not diamonds. I feel like I might be leaning on the diamonds too hard. Question marks feels like we don't know what it is. Exclamation mark feels like we do know what it is and it needs our attention. Flags is another one. Like I've got quest flags in the game. We could definitely do that. The Fez border will work. The only thing about it that I'm not sure about is we could stack these for additional quests maybe. The only thing is whether or not I want the player to perceive the levels as being completable that way. This might be the kind of thing where some of this information is at the chapter level rather than at the scene level. You know, like 5 Orenstead, 5 quests out of 10. And Orenstead, or the Oren region, 5 quests out of 10. The Chevert region, 7 quests out of 12. You know, that feels to me like a better grouping than there's a quest right here, there's a quest right here, there's a quest right here. I guess the point of this would be, let's ask ourselves the question, why do we need this? For me, the value of a map with markers on it has to do most with the idea of giving the player an incentive to go visit those levels because there's more content there that the player hasn't completed. It's about curiosity, rewarding curiosity, but also giving the player a sense of anticipation and reassurance. So if you just see this, it's just a thing. But if you see this with this on it, then immediately your brain says, oh, I have to go there. Like it's just that clear. So maybe this is something where we do like a little notification, you know, in the top right. So you can just see, you know, the chrome of the thing having a little red circle or something on it means you've got to go to that level. It's not a very good color, but you know what I mean. And then when you hover over it, then you get these things. I think that setting your own markers is like totally it's like an extra, but I would never use it as like a core thing. I did eat a clinker yesterday. Yeah, Mareknov was successful. Yeah, so like just seeing like this, for example, at the bottom of the levels, that would tell me that I should go look at those levels. Just seeing a dot or something. If that's all we got, you know, it could be in the bottom center. It could be, we could do something fun here where we do this. I don't know. We show a little icon. I feel like the chrome is a little too much here. It gets a little bit user interfacey. I haven't decided yet if I ever want to go beyond that. Well, the chrome gold would be something like, I think if you outline the whole thing, it's more like because you finished it. Whereas this would be, you know, maybe I would use a red instead, but this would be like you have something to do here that you haven't done yet. Oh, you lost it. Oh, somebody succeeded yesterday. I'm sure of it. Was I confused? Well, yeah, like a text, yeah. Top right. I'm not against that. I'm just sort of unsure. It would have to be that the dot exists. Let's put it this way. The dot should exist to draw your attention, but you want a clean border when you've finished it. Oh, Shalev. Was it you? Now I don't know. Yeah, I think like something that tells you that it's important that you should go check this out is super valuable, but like that to me is pretty good. That's like oh, I should go check that out. Once you get into like gold territory, it's almost like, well, did I win? There's also, yeah. Shadows for rooms. When you cleared, you saw a tile. I could certainly see it being like, oops. Like that's finished. That's finished. That's so bright though. I wouldn't go that far. The other thing I'm a little concerned about is the fact that the game has chapters where you might finish everything you can do for chapter 1, but then in chapter 5 you can do more with it. So there's something there that I don't love. I might just have to, maybe it's like something that has been started appears there that hasn't been finished. So like at the scene level, you only see information here if you've, this is so tough. If you've started something in a space, you see information about that you haven't finished it. If you haven't started it, then at the chapter level, you see that there's more stuff to do, but you don't see it in the scene. What I don't want is for players like my wife. She's really a completionist, and she won't move on unless she's done the thing 100%. So if I don't explicitly say in the map, good job, move on, she'll think, oh, I didn't finish here. I need to go finish what I'm supposed to be doing here. And if there's stuff that you can't finish because it's chapter 5 content that happens to be in this region, then she won't know that it's not for now. No, progress bar, I wouldn't go that far. A bar kind of feels like what I want is to be able to explain what it is you haven't done. So, for example, if you've seen a chest in a scene, I want you to see the chest on the map. Like if you've entered a room like this here, there's a chest right here. I won't show it here, but I do want for there to be like a map icon here that's like, hey, there's a chest here in this room that you haven't opened. Even that is like great, in my opinion. It's something that like maybe I could put it, you know, top middle or something like that. I just am a little bit concerned about UI that's living, unless we give it like a button that you press, like a map toggle that shows the icons or hides the icons. Like if you hold the trigger or you hold, like you press triangle and it flips it over to like a progress version, and then you press another button and it flips it back to a clean version. Because I would love to have the space here to draw this kind of thing. Like logically, I want to draw it here because I'm not trying to say where in the scene it is. I'm just trying to say that it's in the scene. You know, I might even want to do this. Maybe like that. No, I kind of like it in the middle. Maybe in the middle and with an outline. So I think the way that I want this to feel is I want it to feel like a Metroidvania, even if it's not strictly speaking one. The way I think about these things is that there are genre feel elements, and your game doesn't have to be A or B. It's just like, what do you want it to feel like? Well, I should mention, I mean, like, all of these will be darkened. So, like, you know, if I click this, and then this, and then select inverse, and then click this, and then go to here, and then do this, this. You know, it's going to be like, in this concept I'm doing, like that. And then you'll see the icons, and maybe we'll give them an extra gap. Something like that. I think if I saw this, I'd be able to very easily go, oh yeah, oh okay, there's an anvil here and a chest there. Okay, there's still a chest there. You know, I think I could do that pretty comfortably. Still a chest there. Maybe I would be like, I don't know if I would do this yet, but maybe I would be like, there's, you know, 3 quests here. Maybe. Although the quest icon here I don't love because of the white line, it's too strong. But, and then maybe I'd even give it like a little bit of a wave in it. Something like that. I don't know. Looks like a revolution in that village. Well, maybe we don't need the quest. I don't know. In the game, it's like this. Like in the actual, right now in the game, and if an NPC has a quest for you, it looks like this. I can't really show it here because it's an exclamation mark. Like that would be the closest thing to it. That's a quest in Insignia. If an NPC has a quest for you. I think the way I would do it would be, if I'm being brutal about this, not brutal, if I'm being decisive, I would have it be that the icon exists as long as there's at least one other thing. So if there's 2 quests, you see the icon. If there's 5 quests, you see the icon. If there's no more quests, you no longer see the icon. That's how I would do it. The chest would be something, I mean, the anvil would be something that would be kind of separate because it's its own thing that's not supposed to go away. Like it's supposed to be there as long as you can teleport to the map. So maybe it's fine to just leave the anvil there. You'll just learn The quest menu is a separate thing that I do want to incorporate into this later, maybe after the demo. Like long term, there'll be a way of going from the quest menu to this screen and highlighting a quest, kind of like in GTA, how you can set waypoints. It'll be like, you know, I want to solve this quest that I'm halfway through. Oh, the next thing I have to do is in that scene, and it'll draw a little line all the way to that scene. All right, well, that was our Pomodoro. I'm going to take a break, and when I come back, we will do a bit more work on this. Can I just say, I really like this concept. I like the button for the legend. Maybe we need, I think what it's missing right now is the discovery for this feature. So if you're looking at this, how do you know that you can press a button to see all the icons? Like there should be maybe another one of these underneath that says like legend or something, or icons or something. And then you press, and then above that is a little symbol for the thing. Or maybe you would have like something over here that was like a summary of all of the icons that you have in the game. So here you probably could do like, oh no. You know, you could do something like this. And then, you know, a couple more for the other things that you can do. And then you would have the button that you need to press. To show them there. Something like that. Oh, hang on. Like that. What do you think? These would be remaining. You could do out of something if you really want. No. If you really want. Do you think that would work? Maybe you would have the word. Or like discoveries. Let's be a bit more fun. Maybe. Getting a little bit tight here, and then localization is going to come in and make it really complicated for us. Discovery channel. You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals. Something like that, maybe. Does it need a title? Probably not. It's mostly just that I've labeled the button everywhere else. If we wanted to be really economical, we would do this. Now everything's along the bottom. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna take a quick break. Let me answer that question first, Pixel Fireplace. I'm not trying to solve the player getting stuck per se. I'm trying to incentivize the player to, well, look, there's a few things. One is that in the story, there are markers that I want to show the player, like main plot locations that I want to draw your attention to. That is there to help guide the player. That is part of a broader system of icons that forms a feature for the map that it can show icons. So the question is more like, how does that feature work? And how does it incorporate the different ways that it might be used? That's why we're talking about it right now. We're not trying to solve right now whether the player is stuck or not. We're just trying to say, hey, like there is a map system. The map system has these icons because we were already using them. What should those things appear as? Right now, I would say they are a little bit, it's too much right now in how much on screen, how much what's the word? This thing here represents a place you can teleport to. Right now, that's overpowering. These things are okay because they're like basically main quest markers. I don't mind them being large and loud, but any more like anything that's not what you need to be doing right now, but still needs to be visible, that's what I'm thinking about. So we're thinking about the idea of maybe making a toggle for these things such that you can go at any one time, you can go, oh, okay, what other things could I do? Press a button, see all this stuff and go, oh, okay, I could go here, I could go there. Maybe I'll go grab that chest and then come back later or whatever. It's more about just wayfinding or like not wayfinding, waypoint setting or like orienteering. I don't know what you would describe it as. All right, taking a break. Okay, we're back. Okay, so this looks good. I'm just seeing this for the first time. What about like if we had it right here? That would be my only concern. It's a tiny boy. But, you know, you can always zoom in at that point. I guess we could set like a minimum size for these things. In fact, here's a question. What is the scale? Like, I've just set a scale. When I zoom all the way out or all the way in, what is that based on? I don't actually know what the scale is. Like, I could make the smallest scale bigger by 20%, 30%. Let's have a look, see what's going on there. There's just a public static float called node scale. If I just call that 0.2, now they're bigger, I think. Unless that changes and I just haven't noticed it. That still looks pretty small. Well, that looks pretty big. What if I make it much bigger? Okay, yeah, that's definitely working. So maybe we just go back to 0.2, save it, and then we still need to recompile it. This will be still too big, I think. This will be really big. No. Well, it is big. It is too big. When I zoom out, I want it to see it smaller than that. I want to see the whole game. If I can. Yeah. Unless like the next zoom level is like one that's even more like, and it's just like a literal map. Like at a certain point, all of the nodes collapse down and you just see the regions. I think what we've got here is, yeah, I think it has to be like that. And maybe all of the extra bits become just white dots at this scale. You have to zoom in one more to see what else there is. I can see that. All right. Well, I quite like this. The only thing here that I would do is I mean, I imagine I would want this to be more interesting looking, but I can't make it much bigger than it is. I think it is what it is. It's just like, do you want to see, well, so many considerations, you know, God, this menu has the end signs in it. So if I don't show them in the map and I show them here, that's kind of better in a way. I still think that maybe we should show, even when the map is not in this mode, we should still show the fast travel, whatever, the thing that makes you know that they can fast travel from there. maybe it would be just like a little dot or something on it. You know, like, let me think about it. Yeah, maybe just that. Even that, I think, would be enough. To know that there's a crucible there, or was a crucible there. I was playing Dark Souls last night, and you know what? I think I finally found what it is that I feel about that game. I feel a lot of things about Dark Souls, and my memory of Dark Souls is that it's like, my memory is that it's really hard, and that it's really hard if you don't know, but it's really easy if you do know how to play it. And that memory has been corrupted since I've been playing Elden Ring, because I think Elden Ring is an easy game compared to Dark Souls. And I think it's easy because your mistakes are punished. There's a limit to how much punishment you can take for your mistakes in Elden Ring. This is like a really, I'm like, I don't know how many people think about things this way, but I've been thinking about this, like half of Insignia as a game is built on this thesis that slow can be good. And when is slow good or achievable in such a way that making it fast would ruin it? That's the thing. Because a lot of people like fast and flashy. And I was looking at, like even recently, I was looking at Tides of Annihilation. This trailer just came out, like today, I think it was. And I'm watching this trailer and I'm trying to think to myself, like, people really like this. And I'm happy for people who like this. I like it too, but I like it as a anime, right? Like, this is cool as visual fiction, as eye candy, as a special effects, you know, showcase. This is incredible. But I don't know if this is good combat. I don't know if it's good combat. I can't actually validate whether it's good combat. It doesn't even, in a way, it kind of almost doesn't feel like combat at all to me. It almost feels like just quick time events back to back, which is not a bad thing, but it's a kind of gameplay that is similar to Bullet Hell, where it's like, or not Bullet Hell, but I guess Kingdom Hearts in a way feels this way, where it's like the game is just made up of a Boolean set of moments in time where, are you pressing the right button now or not? That is to say, spacing doesn't matter. Like, this little mid-fight cutscene is like, it has to happen, right? This is like a story moment in the game. So like, this is predetermined that there will be this moment. And then like the fight changes to a different place. So the cinematics of the fight are so predetermined that is the combat, or is it just interactive beats between the cutscenes? And I was trying to think about how Dark Souls is different. And I hadn't played it in a few years, so I was kind of going on my memory. But I think playing it last night really put it into perspective as to why. Like why it actually does feel different. And I'll tell you what it is. I want someone who's not good at this game to be fighting them, because it's an RPG. You can be so powerful that you don't feel this. But Dark Souls is so slow and so committal. Like, pressing the drink button for the Estus flask is an incredible commitment in this game. In Elden Ring, it's like, you're good. Here, it's like, if you take damage, you could be checkmated because you drank too soon after the last boss attack, because their next one, or if you get hit here, your next drink might take 2 seconds and the boss might fire up their next attack, which they haven't even started yet by the time you started drinking. But it's like it takes that long that you're giving them a window to attack you. Let's just see how this guy goes. He's doing okay, he's blocking. That drink, for example, that is so committal, that close. And there were moments when I was playing this fight last night, or the night before, whenever it was, where like I got clipped in the leg by an attack, and then the other gargoyle behind this guy hit me, which took out a third of my health. And then the first guy did his second hit and took out the rest of my health. I died without being able to do anything in between, from full health to no health. And you could say that like that's not really good game design. Like part of me hates it because it feels unfair that my mistake, like that, right? That drink, he got punished for that, even though there was quite a lot of space there, right? And then here, like there's a moment here where if you look at the game board as like a tactics game or like chess or something, this character, he's gonna get cornered if he doesn't find a way around them. And the maneuvering of like, I'm going to try to get to the other side of the map right now, that's almost like a mission. It's almost like two turns in D&D, you know, where it's like, okay, this is hard, right? You can pause the game right now. You can pause the game. Hey, string bats, long time to see. You can pause the game right now and go, what are your options here? What do you do? Do you A, drink? Do you B, try to roll and get through here without getting clipped? There are 2 gargoyles there. Do you C, back up? Like, you don't have that many options. This is looking bad. And you can kind of, okay, you opted to back up and heal. Okay, now you've got to survive this, you know? Don't get pushed off the edge. Like, it's very measured. It's so slow that even one button press, that he might die from that, you know, just because he chose to swing. Because now, yeah, exactly, ran out of space, right? That is such an interesting thing of like this swing that you did here, you got greedy, you got punished. It's over now, pretty much. Like you just don't have the space to maneuver around that. Sorry, bud. Even like the dodge roll, which is it has iframes, but there are a lot of attacks in this game that really annoyingly have really long hitbox durations. So you can dodge the first part of the attack, but then the attack is still going when you finish your iframes and you get hit by the last frames of the swing. That are infuriating the first time you're doing it. And even me playing it like 2 nights ago, I'm like, oh, you freaking... But it forces the game to not be a purely action game. It forces the game to be in some degree about the stats that you've got and the choices that you're making. Like there is a strategy game in this action game that you don't get if you have it be fast. You know, there's like, and it forces you to appreciate the design intent here, even if the design is infuriating. Someone did this on purpose, right? Like the arena has you can fall on purpose. There's not a lot of space on purpose. It's not just like a big circle. So if you go back to Tides of Annihilation, it's like when you look at it, how much of this matters? You know, how much of the fact that this fight is taking place in this, I don't know, what is it, a battleground? It's not very specific, right? It's a big circular flat area. There's nothing about the geometry of the space that makes the fight different. It's just a big circle. That tells you that spacing and positioning is not a factor in this game. I mean, and how could it be with the boss moving so drastically? right? Or like being completely out of range in this case. Like it's not that kind of game. And I don't think there's a problem with this kind of game existing. I feel like Dark Souls for a moment existed and caused this big splash, and then we all forgot about why. Like, and then nobody seems to really appreciate what made it good. And we just went on making animation systems getting better and better and better and more faster and flashier. And I mean, it's great that we have flashy games, but like there's whatever Dark Souls is, that thing of like, watch out, don't stand in the wrong spot. You better get over there in the next 10 seconds before you get cornered, you know, that a choice can be made in such a way that you get punished for it 5, 10, 15 seconds later is so interesting. It does something that I actually think I think there is a value question that is really, really important for the industry to start getting to grips with, which is that spectacle at a certain point has diminishing returns on value. You can make something really flashy, but that flashiness, you could put years of development time into the flashiness and the player experiences it for 10 minutes and it's gone. That boss fight in Tides of Annihilation, it's like, boom, hit all your eyeballs, hit your retina, give you all the stuff, and then it's gone and you don't experience it anymore. In Dark Souls, you have to contend with those boss designs 5 times, 10 times, and the runbacks, like the fact that the game unapologetically asks you to walk back through it over like 30 hours or whatever, forcing you to recontend with the game design is very good value for money. You know, it makes a game that's quite static feel like it keeps giving. You know, there was a moment yesterday where I was in Blight Town and I was under-leveled for Quelaag. So I was like, how the hell am I going to get stronger right now? What do I have to do? And I went into my brain and I did my little, you know, Google Maps GPS in my brain. I was like, okay, I have to run up the New Londo ruins, go up the thing, run back to Andre of Astora. I probably need some Titanite shards. I can buy some from him. And then I'm going to have to go back to the Undead Parish and grind for a little bit. And it was a whole quest that I created in my brain that was like 45 minutes of gameplay through areas I've already been. That's so interesting, you know, that a game can do that. Just by being difficult, it can force you to reorient yourself, rethink yourself, and then get more value out of the game just by virtue of having to execute your plan. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Claymore, what's going on? We're just discussing slow games and Dark Souls in particular. What were you doing on stream? I'm also designing a map for my game actually right now. I'm designing some, like a key system. So the map does work. Pretty cool. But I think these icons are too big. They do too much. These ones are okay because they're like quest markers that you have to go to for permanent progress. But this one has already been completed and it's just a big green thing, isn't it? So yeah, doing a bit of figuring out some stuff at the moment. Thanks for the raid. Are we down? Are we down? Hey, Tony. I don't think so. Oh, we lost our YouTube stream? For real? Let me have a look. How did that happen? Oh, you're back? Oh, I don't know what's going on. It looked good to me. Maybe YouTube gave it a hiccup. Maybe YouTube hiccuped. You guys were all down for a sec? That's so weird. It's crazy. Is this considered pixel art? Yeah, of course it is. This is all pixel art. It's been drawn pixel by pixel. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy 15 and 16. Those games, I just didn't find when I was playing them that what was happening mattered. I didn't feel like my choices made any difference to what was happening. And I feel like Final Fantasy in general has moved away from that. Like the idea of like this, it's important that you use this ability and not this ability, has just been stripped right from the whole franchise. Like FF16, it's just Devil May Cry. That you can use whichever icon you want, whichever like icon abilities. And it looks a lot like Insignia in the way that they set up the enemy, the player abilities. It's like they're in diamonds. Some of them are green, red, blue. Like Ifrit is red. You know, they have like elements, but the elements don't do anything. They're just flavors of attack. Like, it's not like, oh, you have to use these abilities to beat these kinds of enemies. It's just like, oh yeah, these just are the ones you get from this god. So it sort of just ends up being like, just do whatever you want. And I mean, in a way, Insignia is similar. Like you can use whichever ability you want, but the abilities have like specific affinities that change how you play the level. So like that is where the differentiation comes in, because it's a puzzle game rather than an RPG. So the fact that, oh, I need this ability to do this, I need this ability to do that, there's still a concept of value in diversity and in choices. So you get the icons from the enemies. So we've unlocked that ability, but you can't use an ability unless you claim it from an enemy in the level. So like this enemy here, he's a snake. He gives me the green ability. And now that the snake's dead, I can just take it and use it at will. This hedgehog, if I parry the hedgehog, I get the ability for one use. But because the hedgehog's still alive, when I parry it, when I use the ability, it goes back to him. But if I defeat him, I get to keep it. So defeated enemies give you their abilities permanently, well, for the level. So like here, there's like a question point because we have a snake, but we've actually grabbed the dandelion ability. So only one green can go in there at a time, which means now we're going to switch over to this, and we can't ride up the walls anymore. So if I wanted to get up here, I can't really do it. I need to come back down here, grab this from where the dandelion was, and then use it to get forward through here. That's right, per screen transition, exactly. When the screen fades to black, you lose all your abilities. Why doesn't it drop where you dropped it? To keep the puzzles working. The enemy spawn locations are really important. If I changed it, they would... that's going to break, isn't it? Hang on. Let me just turn that off. Actually, you know what? It might not matter. I might just be able to just... Yeah. Oh, geez. Right, Breathless Gust? Isn't it so weird that it doesn't even matter which element you use? They have the elements in the game and it doesn't matter? Like, why not just at least do that part? They're sort of more just, they're almost like weapons, you know, is how they play out. It's like a sword and a spear and daggers. Or like claws. That's kind of what it feels like. I mean, I know that they're like fire, lightning, and whatever, but like the lightning is kind of like a bow. Fire is kind of like a sword. The green one is like claws. It's sort of just whatever. Dude, I can't stand my mouse skipping like this. I don't know what it is that's causing it to do that. Look at that. What the hell, dude? How am I supposed to use my computer like this? Where is the RAM? Is it Leonardo? What's killing my... Ah! It's terrible. You know what? It's just Unity. When I'm in a different app, I don't think it happens. OBS, it's happening. Not Discord. No, it seems fine in OBS. Okay, it's all just fixed now. My Wacom is connected and my pencil is sitting. It's not on the pad though. The Wacom is just connected to the screen. It was just Unity, I think. Anyway, okay. So let's do something. The cutscene at the end of this Crucible exit cutscene is old and it doesn't work. So let's fix it. It's now 4:30. All right. So the cutscene, if I go to my causality window, is for final unlock sequence, I think. And if I press play, it's this one. Dude, it feels so good for the game to react this way now. Like I can just press play anywhere and it just works. Okay. That's not supposed to happen. Hang on. Target awareness. What's Figma? Yeah, that was Figma. Yeah, that's right. I wonder, should we make it that enemies can't see you when you're in a cutscene? I feel like the answer is yes. I actually would love to refactor these. It's so confusing. It's confusing to everyone. It's confusing to me. It's confusing to my team. It's just confusing. I think we need I think we need to use can see target. And I think we need different parameters for each enemy. I mean, I'd like to be able to give them the freedom to check what, maybe there'd be like a set of parameters here for like bool require direct line of sight. Yeah. And maybe can see is not wrong. Maybe it's like can detect target. So bool require direct LOS. Bool, accept, behind or whatever, or like nearby. There's a few of these, but you can see this, like, can hear target is based on like their speed. So I think that should be enough. I just don't want to use these. I want them to be here, but I don't want to use them outside of the script. Outside of the script, I want the public variable to be just can detect target. Maybe this should be like... No, I think can detect is okay. Hey, Philotrol. Oh, thanks for watching. Okay. This has indirect LOS. Like, I think I want that to all just be gone. So what I'll do is I'll make it private. I'll just private all this stuff. So has indirect LOS means can detect target. True. No, false. And then these, I guess I would say true for this, false for that. It does feel a little bit strange overloading this with so many properties. I think that'll do. Maybe sensing is better. All right, well, we're gonna come up with like a bunch of errors right now. And so only 76. Has indirect line of sight. I guess I could say... No, I don't want to do it like that. I want to do it manually. Wait, is LOS... LOS is anything that's not direct. This is the beetle. Mm. I don't know. Should 114... Should this return true? Yes. Well, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, I think you're right. It also avoids double checking. Like if you have to put can here target twice, you're running this check twice. I think that's fair. That's good practice. I wonder if this is something that should be set, these parameters, at the enemy level rather than at the instance level. Like, should this bomb berry always have the same conditions for how it sees the target? I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, like this thing here, this footsie's behavior. This is for enemies that can dance in and out of range relative to the player. That is totally dependent on how the enemy sees the player. Do you know what I mean? It's not really a factor of the behavior. Whether or not you can see the player is just, it's a separate thing. Like there's like a base method for how your eyes work or your ears. Like, do you have eyes? Do you have ears? And then there's the next thing of like, okay, are you able to pay attention right now because you got smacked in the head and you can't see very well? Or like, there's that stuff, like impairments. There's like the default level of perception and then impairments to that perception based on context. Right now, we are hard coding all of it, which is not my favorite. Yeah. So I would say, like, I guess this requires direct line of sight. Well, what I have, this is what I have right now. The way that the game is set up. It's like you have the enemy who is looking for the player, and then you have the player. And there are a few different checks. There's LOS, there's direct LOS, and then there's like just behind. So these are all independent checks. LOS, the first one, checks to see if the player is facing this way. It's basically if the enemy is facing this direction, is the player within their radius of vision? And like in that hemisphere, basically, is the player within this space at all? Right. So like enemies that can go like the bees. Oh, we're out. Oh, we're back. Hello? Hi. Okay. So, yeah, right now, LOS is basically inside of the direction that the enemy is facing. Are you inside of this hemisphere? It's not complicated. That's LOS. Direct LOS is are you within the line of sight minus obstructions? So like if there's a block here, this will be like that. That's direct LOS. Then I've got just behind, which is essentially another distance check for when E is facing this way. We're dropping more frames. Yeah, I think we're struggling, chat. I don't know what to do. Hmm. Okay. I think we're struggling. I don't know what's going on. The internet's just not having a good day today. I can pivot over to my phone, but even my phone today was having trouble. We will lose the stream if I do it. It's weird because when I look at the bit rate coming out of the stream, it's actually not dropping any frames and the bit rate is correct. Like it looks fine, but it might just be really inconsistent. Oh, now we're good. Looks like we're back. We back? I just have to check something really quickly. Okay, we're back. Let me just check something. Sorry, I just had to check one thing from my client for the archaeology project. Alrighty. All right, we're all good. We should all be good right now. Everything should be fine. So let's continue what we were talking about. So this is line of sight check. This is direct line of sight, at least is what I call it. Just behind is basically this hemisphere, which is a smaller one. That's literally like if you jump over the enemy's head, you know, like if you can't see someone, but you just were seeing them and they're just now behind you, you still know that they're there, so you turn around quickly. So basically, if there's any situation where the player like jumps over the enemy or something, or the enemy like runs past the player, they're not going to go, huh? Where did he go? Because he's right there. So that's just behind. And then we have hearing, which is a bit different. Hearing is like another circle that's about this big, well, whatever the line of sight of the enemy is, but in all directions. And if the player is moving at a certain speed and on the ground, that will be considered audible. So it's basically like, you know, how fast you're moving on the ground. For now. Later, maybe we could do a better, more sophisticated version. But if an enemy's like facing the wrong way and you like run up to them, they'll turn around and see you. So all of those checks, I think the problem is that they're all called things like detectable or in line of sight, or they're all like very overlapping in the text definition. So what I'm looking to do is have them be more obviously different. Well, I'm looking for the person writing the code to be able to see the difference and say, this obviously means this because I put this boolean here, rather than just I used this keyword and hopefully that's what I meant. Okay. So yeah, I don't love this change I'm making, if I'm being honest. Oh my gosh, has indirect LOS. Let's see, this is what I'm talking about. So many just almost arbitrary uses of these things. So it was in target. See, there's it in direct LOS versus indirect LOS. How confusing is that? Oh my God. So what is this? This is nudge footsies. I don't know about this one. This one could be something that requires direct LOS. Also, like, why am I even asking this question here? Is just outside range. It just feels weird to ask that question, but... Good. Okay. We back. Yeah, I'm tethering on my phone right now, which is not the most preferable way to do it, but that's the way we're doing it for now. Okay. Let the data flow. How many references we got left? Only 43. That's fine. Barnacle. What the hell? I don't remember writing a barnacle. Is that just false to start? It is. Hey, bit by bit, James. Thanks. Has target is in direct LOS. Target is detectable. Yep. That's true, I think. I see. 26. Not long. Almost there. This is for the hedgehog. It's good because in a way it's forcing me to re-rationalize how these enemies should be able to see us. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Yagu Wang. that's annoying. Hey, Ryderlux. I'm currently cooking up the algorithm for my mob's respawn. I wrote this note on OneNote so far. Each mob has an internal timer. When defeated by the player, that mob spawn goes into a dead state. The mob alive equals false, sure, and then starts a 5-minute timer before it spawns the mob again. Do you think this is an optimized way to handle it? What if there are many mobs being tracked because the player is cruising through the rooms? No, I think that's a perfect way to do it because it means that every mob is in control of itself. That means that you're never having to spawn more mobs than there are, and that you're never adding new mobs to memory or deleting them from memory, which means you're not invoking the garbage collector. So that's actually the perfect way to do it. Just allowing the monster to manage its own dead state keeps everything consistent. It means no references have to get created or deleted. You actually stumbled upon the optimal solution. If you were deleting the enemy and then starting a respawn timer and then recreating a new enemy in the same spot, that would be way worse. But it's not even an object pool. Atreus. In this case, it sounds like it's just that the mobs control themselves. Yeah. If there's a collection that you're iterating over, then it's an object pool. Like where you say, like, I've got a list of dead mobs and then I spawn them using the dead mobs back to life, like resurrecting them. That would be an object pool for sure, yeah. But if the mobs are just bringing themselves back to life, that's great. What is this? Martin. But even this dude, like, this should be a true check. Unless there's a thing that, yeah. Now this is also true. I mean, it should all be the same. I feel like the archers probably could... If we don't have indirect LOS, I mean, it's just weird. I can see that I'm using this, but like, why am I using this? This can see behind. I don't even know if I like that. Complete when target spotted. Yeah, that's true. Giant spider engage. True. Also true. And then I think same thing. Okay. Please compile. And please be exactly how it was before. Please game work. Well, it looks good to me so far. Got any Martin boys up here? Yeah, that looks good to me. Yep. Okay. Dude, I hate these managed references. I don't know what they're for, and I can't fix them. All right. That's good. I did not do the thing that I was supposed to do, but I should commit it anyway. Pull from main. Sorry, just one sec. One sec. Okay. Oh, dude, I've been seeing this thing, chat, on I've been seeing this thing on TikTok. It's an AI trend of people are creating with Sora AI this kind of like imaginary multiplayer FPS game called Bird Game 3. And it's Sora generated videos of people in a lobby yelling at each other over which bird they main, which bird they're picking for the squad. People are like, I can't believe you're maining Hummingbird. Get off Hummingbird. It's so stupid. And it looks like a real game. It looks like a real lobby. It's crazy. I mean, it's the one good thing you can use AI for. It's just like random dumb stuff. Check this out.
All right, picking my guy there, locked in.
Let me guess, Hummingbird again.
Why would I not? It's the fastest
Bro,
icon in the sky.
Bro, you have like 2,000 matches on that thing. Try another bird for once.
He won't. He imprinted on it at birth. It's
Meanwhile, the
destiny.
hawk's just sitting here. All right, picking my guy.
Like,
There,
what is this
locked
game?
Let me
It
guess,
looks good.
Hummingbird again.
Why would I not? It's the fastest
Bro, you-
icon in the sky.
Bro, you have like two.
I'm using Hummingbird.
That takes no skill.
You just hold sprint and tap.
Exactly.
Dude, it's literally a hummingbird. Chill.
I'm using Hummingbird.
I'm using Hummingbird. Who would you main, chat? Who would we be, pals? I think I would have to be... I could be Kookaburra. Keep it Australian. Spam the laugh emote. All right, we were trying to get rid of we were trying to fix the exit cutscene here. So causality, final unlock sequence. Oh, that's an interesting thing. What is that doing over there? Oh, and there was one more thing we were going to do. Sensing target. If, here we go. Now because everything's centralized, could say if engine.player is in cutscene. I think it is. Is there a thing I can do somewhere in the game that's like is in cutscene? Or like what is the thing here? I mean, there is an is in cutscene. It's statically accessible. So maybe we could just do that. Just like that. Let's see if it works. The rock is just there. But yeah, he can't see us now. He's not firing at us. It's good. All right. So let's look at the sequence. I don't know why is there. Crucible Ensign unlocked sequence. What is that? Let's have a look. Yeah, that's the one we're talking about here. So actually, this thing over here probably isn't even relevant. I don't think we're using it. What's in it? It's the same logic. He's still saying all that stuff. It's just like, when are we triggering this thing? It has no collider. If I delete it, does everything still behave correctly? But we did get a null reference exception. Okay. Whoa, but this is all fully broken. Oh no. Everything is broke. But it's connected. So many things are weird about this. Let's what the hell? What are all these game objects? Yeah, I bet you the old version that we just deleted. Hello? Yeah, so if I take this scene, where is the scene? I've changed the scene. I can't see the changes to the scene. I literally deleted something. How is it that... Let's just try something here. Okay, it's there. All right, so the play director has a bunch of bindings, but actually these bindings are still unset. Most of them. Well, actually, a lot of this is set up correctly. I wonder if there's a sneaky peeky way for me to fix the bindings. I don't think there is, because they're technically different playables at this point. I copied and pasted a lot of the stuff. I mean, even this is not that bad. It's just these things are wrong. Well, the Fmod track is wrong. So what, let's go back to this other thing. Where is that? Well, that's also null. What have we got? We've got the bottom one and then the 5 at the top are null in this version. And then in this version, it's the bottom one, the 5 at the top, and then these two things, which I know what those are. Those are no problem. So actually, I'm not really concerned about it. I'm just going to delete it from the scene. It's not that big of a deal. Maybe I'll just double check what's in it. Insignia cutscene burst effect, whiteout animator. If I go over here and click the same thing, do I get those? I don't get the burst effect. Which is in the cutscene components for the Crucible. But these, yeah, I'm figuring it out. I'm starting to understand. This container should contain these objects. That's the whole point. The Crucible has these things. And because these things live under there now, I can assign them in the prefab, which means I don't need to look for them every time. super annoying because this is gonna break all the references everywhere. But these things should really be inside of like this. I mean, it's written right there in the name. Oh wait, no, there is one here. Okay, in which case, I don't even, assuming they're the same. Yeah, I don't even need this. Okay. All right. In which case now, coming back to this guy, it might be a bunch of broken references, but they need to be pointed to the correct things anyway. From inside of here. Dude, this refactor is killing me. Cutscene burst effect material. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the blurst of times. It was the blurst of times. Stupid monkey. Insignia cutscene burst effect manager. Jesus. Mr. Burns. Yes. Excellent. Okay, Swizz. You got it. We'll take the spruce moose. Hop in. Mr. Burns, sir. I said hop in. I bring you love. I bring you peace. He brings us peace. Kill it. Simpson, eh? Yeah, I do. Man, a lot of that's locked in there. A long, long time ago. Mr. Snrub. Ahoy, hoy. See my vest. See my vest made from real gorilla chest. I don't have many more, but Mr. Burns-isms. Are you saying... No, sir. They're saying Burns. Burns. Are you saying boo or boo-earns? Boo! I said boo-earns. All right. I don't know why this Insignia cutscene burst effect. Insignia can exit transform, floating white ensign, Insignia split effect. I don't need this here. Why do I need this? I don't think it's necessary. This is crazy, man. Why do I need for this thing here This shake and skyward blast is fine. That makes sense. But this thing, oh, because it's got all this stuff on it. Oh, I see. I see. This is the problem with Simpsons bad seasons only. That's terrible. Why would you do that to yourself? This is the problem with non-modularity. This is the problem with monoliths scripts, is because all of these sliders used to pertain to one cutscene and now they don't. So I still need the script, even if most of the references are going to be broken, which is dumb and bad. Let's see if we can incorporate this manually. Whoa, that looks cool. Okay. Well, we know that's necessary. If I go all the way over to here, where it all used to be connected. It flashes white, and then shake and skyward blast are values that start at some number and go down. So I just need shake and skyward blast. Can I do Quagmire? I used to be able to. It's been a while. I actually haven't watched an episode of Family Guy in like 15 years, I bet. Like maybe since 2011. I used to be able to do all the voices. Sia inaudito. Alrighty. So basically, in order to make this work, I need to separate out why is this no longer visible? The two of these things here. This is every update, okay. I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, why wouldn't I make this modular? What am I doing? I guess, do you know what it is? It's like you start off with like a prototyping mindset and you're like, oh, I just want to quickly cobble this together. And then the thing that you prototyped sticks around for a long time. And eventually you've got this like, you're looking at the foundations of your code and you're like, how did I ever let this happen? And it's like, well, because you were prototyping when you started, but like you've had amnesia and now you forget that you were that guy that did that. Привет, Lomovkor. How's it going? Well, it's just that like, you forget that you forget why it was a good idea to do it the old way, you know? Like, it's fine to do it that way. Just remember that when you come back to it, you don't have to get upset about it. Exactly. Okay. We should even be able to do this. This is, well, whatever. So now let's pray. It might be possible to take the unlocked sequence and remap these things. I know this is possible, but like Unity is so fiddly with it. So what I want to do is take this Crucible cutscene components with the Skyward Blast and put it, I think it's here. And then these yellow references, there is a way to do it where you press a button and then you can edit the property. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to take this here and then I'm going to go blast. I think it's just that property there. So I'm going to add that. I'm going to take this one and I'm going to copy these frames and put them here. So that they're the same frames, the same contents, even if we didn't get to keep the thing. Then we've got shake. That's technically like a camera shake. Maybe we'll just do a property called shake. Yeah, pretty much just that. Let's double check. Yep. Yep, perfect. Looks good to me. See ya. Save. So now we've successfully reconnected that. I don't know what this is. I think this might just be the Skyward Blast again getting activated. Yep, that looks about right. Very good. I don't think I want this to happen until after this part here. It might be nice to convert all of these to clip track so that we can drag them. And I guess for all of this whole cutscene, I kind of want to push it forward. Put this here. Bring this back here. So it's that happens. And in fact, if we're going to do it this way, we might as well, when we schedule this cutscene, we could even have this just play first. But let's just leave that for now. That looks fine. Okay. Oh, that's really annoying. Why can't I see what was recorded? Oh, horrible. Come on, Unity. You can do better than that. I'll leave it be. Okay, so that all worked. I don't know what these three things that are going to be active are called. I don't know what that is, and I don't know what this is either. It's just like a bunch of stuff. But we might be able to get pretty far with this now. So come over here. Okay. Stuff happened. Took a long time to happen, but it happened. This is 5 seconds. Maybe we just delete these for now. They don't matter. And then maybe it is enough to just bring. This is probably just that. This flash. I think it's like the flames start flickering down. Okay, I think I can see what's happening here. I can bring it back pretty much. Minus you to there. This doesn't really need to happen until, in fact, why is this? That can just be nothing. Oh, that's so annoying. How do I undo this? That is so annoying. Okay, so in reality, it's more like that. And even that, who knows? This is 6 seconds. So this, I don't even know what these values are. They only start going down from 1 at 4:30. So we could just set them to 1 here. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Oh, we're almost there. It should show when the clip is not active. Anyway, I'm just going to ignore it for now. Okay, so this happens there. That's all that. Okay. And then this crucible power down. I don't know when the audio clip peaks. There's no way to preview it. Very annoying. But again, that's fine. Let's just let it be. Okay, we didn't get any animation from Armin, but that's okay. Can you ship the version 1.0 beta just to get it out the door and then refactor it to 1.0 as an update later? I mean, look, for me, I will upload a beta that's playtestable as soon as I can. Like, getting player feedback is super valuable, and I will have it in your hands before it's ready for a publisher. But I still need anything that's going to change the play experience. I need to have done a passover before you can touch it, because your feedback won't be valuable if I can't do anything with it. You know, if it's going to change, then it's not valuable to record it. So I'm probably not, there's probably something there that I'm missing. Okay, so we need Armin here. In this case, we can just plug him in directly. Yeah. Okay. So coming back to our thing over here. This is not visible. This Skyward Blast animator, for whatever reason, we just can't see it in the scene. Why is that? It's on middle ground 1 and it's at 12. Let's see if it's working. So we're looking at Crucible cutscene components, Skyward Blast. We're looking to see if these values get changed. I saw it for a second. Did you see that? For like a brief splash of time, it was there. And technically it's still here. I just can't see it at all right now. Looks good to me. I mean, I'm not really bothered about it. But I can't see it. What if we try to just make it happen in the scene? Just force it on. Okay. What's turning you off right now, buddy? It might be this thing. An additional version of it that I don't need anymore. I don't need this or this. Get out of here. They were fighting for control over the same component. Let's see if that works. Again, it's in the scene. I saw it flash for a brief second. It's there for sure. But I can't turn it on. It might also be that this thing here is controlling this thing. If I just put this here, it's visible. If I take this here and turn it on now, I can do that. Okay, so that should work. Like, this is on. That's good to go. This thing here is doing its thing, I'm sure. This guy here is being... Oh, it's at 0 right now. Wait, no, now it's at max. It's visible and it's at max. So, like, I should see it. It's there in the scene. It's visibly there. If I take off this script... If I copy it to somewhere else and just bring it out here and just do that. Bro, where is it? What the hell? Hey, Anchorage. You should definitely value your design work. Design time is what gives you direction, and it lets you decide what it is you're actually trying to do, which is really important. If you don't do that, then you're just sort of adding assets that you don't know are going to be in the game, right? It's just, you're just creating more work for yourself. You have to, I made a video about this like last week. So on YouTube, Anchorage is asking the question, how do you know when doing a design task is worthwhile and not a distraction, or any task? How do you know when a task is not a distraction? In my opinion, this comes down to understanding how the task fits into your goals. And those goals can be arranged vertically up to the most abstract thing. Like for me, I could say doing this cutscene helps the game be presentable, which it needs to be for publishers and players, because I need to meet people's expectations, because I want to earn money, because I want the game to be a success or whatever. And there are always a bunch of other tasks or things that depend on the result of what you're doing right now. And the more things depend on it, I think the more reason you have to do it now. If something is blocking you from doing the rest of the game, you should do it right now. You know, like I can't playtest my game because every time I try to run the game, it runs at 3 frames per second. Okay, you have to fix performance now, because you can't do any of the validation tasks. You can't playtest, you can't design if you can't play it. So doing it that way, I think, is important. Just understanding, like, okay, I need to design this thing. When do I do it? Is now a good time? there will be a point in time early on in the project, but like not at the very beginning, you're going to be excited to just do whatever, and that's fine. About a third of the way through, or what feels like a third of the way through, or like 15%, you're going to start thinking, I've given myself so many things that I have to do, and I don't know which ones matter. Like, I have to do my dialogue system, and I have to do my quest system, and I have to do my combat system. Is it more important that I do dialogue first, or more important that I do combat first? I would say if it's impossible for you to determine which ones are more important, then it doesn't matter, and you should just do whichever one you want to do. If you literally can't say, well, this is more justifiable than that, to the best of your ability, then to the best of your ability, it doesn't matter which one you work on. The only thing I would say about that is, if you have the capacity to answer that question, like if you sat down and said, okay, let's take half an hour and think about what is important, and that half an hour is going to give you an answer to what you should do next, you should spend that half an hour. And that is what a design task is. A design task is figuring out what needs to be made and in which order the things need to be made. So in a way, if you're asking the question, you probably do need to do a design task. The only time when you shouldn't be doing a design task is when you already have what you need. And the next answer, the next most valuable piece of information you can get is context from testing the thing. Like a lot of the time you can design something and actually you're just guessing. Like, oh, if I give the game 3 different equipable weapons and I make the weapons in an RPS pattern, so like one beats the other, this beats that beats that, like Fire Emblem, axes beat swords, swords beat spears, spears beat axes, then, or whatever, then like, but like your game is an action game and there actually you're not going to use that triad, then like designing it isn't going to be valuable to you if you're not going to use it. So there is a bit of a cycle there of like, well, how do I know what to build until I've built it? Okay, but I can't build it unless I know what I'm building. You sort of have to do your best guess and then expect to redo it anyway. I think that's genuinely, I don't know if there's a way to escape that. You have to have something to know what you're doing, and you have to do something to know what you need to have. Like you have to design something to build it, and you have to have something built in order to know how to redesign it or make it proper. It's a cycle. So I'm still not sure what the hell's going on with this thing. Let's take this and bring it out into just like the scene. As a component, it should just behave correctly. See, like it's turning itself off constantly. Oh, I see. I see. It's that. The script used to not be on the same game object as this thing. So now I can do this and I should be able to change it, but it's not going to work right now. Okay, sweet. In fact, I can probably just turn this on. No, maybe not. Yeah, I'm a typical over designer. I will often design things that probably don't need to be there. Bro. I don't even know why I don't even know what the point of that is. All right. I think I do need to fix it. I know what I'm doing wrong. You know what? Screw it. I'm not going to touch it. I'm just going to let it be. I'm going to let it be. And I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to turn it on. And it can be on all the time. It can always be on if we want it to be. And then in the cutscene, we can have this thing turn it on and off, but that's fine. It's not going to be turning on and off based on any other logic than what the cutscene's saying. Thanks, Anchorage. Yeah, you just have to be conscious of what you're doing, you know. Okay, so now it's in the scene. And it is doing things. So why now? Why can't we see it anymore? Now I'm confused. Because there's no reason now for it not to be in the scene. It's literally here right now. If I just put something out here and say this square is this is this. Okay, bring it over here. And then say, boom. That works. But actually I can't see this guy. Why are you visible here? And is that all it's doing? It's just changing the visibility property? The alpha color. And the local scale. Wait a second, what? What was I doing, bro? Bro, what was I doing? Ugh. My gosh. There it is. Okay. I created so many dumb little wrinkles that would stop this from behaving correctly. Yeah, the trouble, Anchorage, if you're still there on YouTube. There we go. The trouble is when you're just starting out, you know, there's actually no easy way to determine if what you're doing is right or wrong. There's just no easy way to do that. So you will suffer from like second guessing yourself. You won't have that confidence because you don't have the experience. I can tell you all of the ways in which certain things will be more valuable or less valuable to you. I can tell you what to look out for in order to determine, you know, that something was, worth it or not, or what it looks like when something is worth it. I can do that, but unless, you know, I'm in your project, I'm not going to be able to like actually say for sure, and neither are you until you're working in your project and you're seeing the pieces come together or not come together and say, okay, why is this, you know, working? It's like swimming, you know, you can learn to swim in theory, but like that doesn't prepare you for being in the water. I'm pretty sure there's a Big Bang Theory joke about that. Not that I like the Big Bang Theory, but there's something about Sheldon teaching himself how to swim by reading a book. No. Okay. Let's see if this works. It probably won't work. Dude, Insignia existed before Arcane. Actually, when was League of Legends? Hey, how's it going? 2009. Vi came out in 2012. Okay. So technically, Vi is older than Armin by about 2 years. Year and a half. But you know what's even older than both Vi and Armin? Chrono. And also what's his name? Jim Hawkins. So if your character is Chrono meets Jim Hawkins meets Guybrush Threepwood, then no one can say that you copied anyone because you copied more than one. Just copy from 4 people, and that's called transformation. Bro, I can't friggin' type. Okay. Hello, hello. How's it going? Okay. And then the next thing is... Yes, it is Kingdom 2. Kingdom Hearts 2. The Twilight Town ball game with the kids right after the skateboarding game. Yeah, that was the inspiration, actually. You got it. So all of these bits here have a spline and ensign, and they have gems. And the gems have abilities. And I think I could just force this myself, actually. But actually, I can't, because there is a shader on the thing that draws the spline, I guess. And then this dummy has a palette swap material, and the palette swap material is based on the teleport platform, but that doesn't have a script on it. So the teleporter has a script. Has a intro sequence. So it's going to do that on all of these, but it should also do something here as well. Ensign dot gem array gems equals, for each gem in gems, gem dot g dot now, I don't know if that does enough. If I go to ensign gem, that's on start. I could force it. Okay. Well, here's my question. Are we getting the red flames in this scene? When we do this? No. That's all green. So, this is for getting components in children, but I actually need all of those things are not children of the teleporter. They're children of the teleport platform. Okay. We go again. So we have Crucible Teleport Platform, which does not have a script on it, but we have these unlock state containers that do. So what we're going to have to do is have our teleporter, which is on the Crucible, plug that in there. Okay, and now we should see it. So, please work. Hey, it's red. Nice. We got it. Sweet. So over here, that same thing, Crucible container, Crucible has a teleporter, has a teleport platform, works like that. And then in the last one, we do the same thing. Here's our teleporter, here's our platform, plug it in, go. And then let's play the last scene, which is the perfect scene. Where is it? Whoa, a lot of cutscenes here for some reason. Which, this is a green one, but it's different green. Cool. And then we should be able to go all the way up here. And the burst of light should be the same color as this green. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What, I don't have that ability? Anyway. That's a lot of errors. I think I know where they come from, though. They come from the fact that in this scene... I hope I saved that. That's really annoying if I didn't. Teleport platform and Crucible teleporter has not got the platform, which means I didn't save it. Now I did. So it's the final cutscene here. Unlocked. This one doesn't have Armin plugged in to here. That's why that happened. Everything else should be good. Let's have a look. Great. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. So Armin marks 1 and 2. Where are they? Here, which is correct and good. Yeah. But then where does he go? How does he get to the center again? He doesn't. So he actually needs to walk back from 2 to the anvil. before we do this part. Great. I love being able to do this. I love being able to just press unlocked play. It's just so important that I can do that. Is that going to do anything here though? Yep. He didn't quite do it, but all right. What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong with getting from here to there? Oh, it's in the same spot, that's why. You need to be here. Because I didn't bother saving you when I did that. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Getting closer, getting closer. I can't wait to be out of this mess. The thought of rechanging this another future time is agonizing to me. This was supposed to take me 3 weeks, 3 months ago. Help me. Help me. All right. The teleport in. This one. Teleport return. I think the camera is just not, it's not like whippy enough when Armin comes down. Which is weird because it looks pretty strong, that camera movement there. But I guess it's just not. I can make it even whippier. Maybe the slowdown is hurting it. What do I want? Do I want to overshoot? I want him to sort of like, you know, and it just doesn't feel like that. It just feels like, is it just more screen shake? It's always screen shake. I mean, it is a draft animation. It's not, he's supposed to like, you know, react to being flung into the scene. But I just wanted it to feel pretty cool. It just doesn't feel cool right now. How have I done camera shake in the past? I did it on a script, but I feel like I'm starting to get to the point where I just need a thing that does shake. I thought I had baked it in. I thought I had baked it into the camera system, but I guess I did not do that. If I go to the virtual cameras, no, they don't really have a shake property. I think I might actually, I might have something here. If I go here and say like camera options, I've got exposure, set zoom. I don't have a shake. This is disturbing. I guess I just need a clip track that also just does shaking. And the clip track has a value over time. I guess I just do it the same way that I did the other thing. Or I could have a animation curve. I feel like for me, yeah, a property over time with an animator on it is fine as well, I guess. So then going back to this Skyward Blast thing, I technically could just put like a second thing here that was a shake thing. And I'm pretty sure that exists as well. I think I have like, do I have camera shake? Camera shaker. It's just that. So actually, here we go. Let's create an empty object, call it camera shaker. Bring it up into the return sequence. Camera shaker. There it is. That's what I want. Put that here. I want it to be an animator. And then I just put it here. Can I not just like, I can do that. Yeah. I just don't like this thing. And that I can't like easily, I guess I can easily create keyframes. It just doesn't feel right. I think this is in pixels. So if I go up to 5 and then fall off quickly, I think that's okay. Over that many seconds. Shame I can't test it until I see it. Better. Better, actually. I could go more. I am full-time at the moment, yeah. I think we could just take that and make it longer and taller and maybe speed up a little bit over time. Return. Play. Not bad. It's really hard to do if you have a job. Yeah. My energy levels wane a lot when I'm doing that. It's really hard to balance the two. Okay. Push. And then we gotta go. Thank you, chat. It was a pleasure. Let's find someone to raid and to get out of here. Yo, if you haven't wishlisted Insignia, you definitely should consider it. But okie dokie. We're gonna raid Jitspo today. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. If you like this content, wishlist Insignia, subscribe to my YouTube channel, do all the things. I'm on TikTok at the moment as well. I've been posting a lot there. So if you don't use YouTube Shorts and you do use TikTok, go find me at Adam C. Eunice. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time, bye.